She's in custody. Ms. Cortez, good morning. I am holding the charging document, which is the affidavit from the probation officer, Perella, who alleges a number of violations. The first is failing to report for the month of November and December, absconding from probation, getting behind on your court costs, failing to comply with the instructions of your probation officer, refusing to submit to random drug testing, being unsuccessfully discharged from drug treatment, failing to complete community service. Your attorney is here with me in court, Ms. Hyman. And accept a denial as to these allegations. Give you a chance to talk over your case with your attorney. Madam Clerk's going to announce a new set of court dates for you.
BOP status May 3rd, BOP hearing June 16th.
Thanks, Ms. Cortez. We'll announce them one more time.
BOP status May 3rd, BOP hearing June 16th.
See you in early May, if not before. Thank you. State of Florida versus Travius Lemonette. Good morning, Mr. Lemonette. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Yes. Mr. Lemonette, you are here based on an allegation that you violated probation in 2020 CF 3319. I'm reading the affidavit of probation officer Hawley, alleging a new law offense. The date is December 27, 2021, out of Polk County. It appears to be the sole allegation of violation. Your attorney is here with me in court.
We'd be entering a denial, Your Honor.
We're going to accept a denial as to the allegation that you violated probation. She'll be out to talk to you about what your options are. Madam Clerk is going to announce a new set of court dates.
BOP status May 3rd, BOP hearing June 16th.
Thank you. State of Florida versus Angel Maldonado Sierra 2021 CF 3764.
John Coleman, Mr. Maldonado Sierra. Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, you are here based on an allegation of a new law offense that was alleged to have occurred on December 29, 2021 at the Ross. The allegations are 2 counts of petty theft with 2 prior theft convictions. Your case number is 2021 CF 3764. Your attorney is with me in court. not guilty. Your attorney will be out to talk to you.
Aceptaremos declaración de inocencia y la licenciada suya irá a ir a hablar con usted.
Madam Clerk is going to announce your new set of court dates.
La secretaria del juzgado pronunciará ahora las nuevas fechas ante el juzgado.
Pre-trial June 15, trial day June 20th.
Vista preparatoria 15 de junio, fecha de juicio 20 de junio.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor. Thank you.
State of Florida versus... Do we have Mr. DeQuarius Young?
For some reason, it did not make the copy, but it's on the
Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Young. Mr. Young, you have two cases with us. This is case number 2020 CF 3158 and 2021 CF 63. It is alleged that you have violated probation on both of those cases, the violations being that you got behind on some court costs, that you failed to comply with the instructions of your probation officer, that you failed to complete the anger management course, that you failed to make restitution, and that you picked up a new alleged law offense on April 6, 2022. Your attorney is here with me in court.
Your Honor, Alex Johnson on behalf of Mr. Young. At this time, we'll be entering a denial of charges.
We're going to accept a denial as the allegation that you violated your probation. Mr. Johnson will be out to talk to you about what your options are. Madam Clerk's going to announce a new set of court dates.
BOP status May 3rd, BOP hearing June 16th.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Corrections Officer, I think that should be it for the docket. Do you have any additional inmates?
That'll do it. Thank you.
Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
Have a good day, Mr. Dick. Deputy. We have everybody? Good to go. Right, if I can get the state to set up the council table, we'll get started. Right, we're on the record. State of Florida versus Anthony John Tote, 2020 CF 149. All of our jurors have assembled. Defense, anything we need to talk about before resuming with the detective's testimony? State?
No, Your Honor. Can we bring the detective in?
Sure.
You still have your video on the page. Just that fast.
Thank you.
Just leave it up until it. We did. Sorry. Detective Miller, we're just going to have you come over to the witness stand. We'll swear you in front of the jury for the day.
Do you want me to turn this off on the camera?
Let's leave it on so I'll know when it's disconnected. Thank you. Deputy, if we can turn off the...
Yes.
Appears we are disconnected from the jail feed on our unrelated docket. Let's return our jury, please.
All rise for the jury, please.
Court may be seated. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Each time we take a break, the court instructs you not to discuss the facts of the case with anyone, not to conduct any independent research. If you have followed this rule, if you will please raise your hand for me. All right, I see all hands. Thank you. Has any member of the jury, by a show of raised hands, been exposed to any information outside of the courtroom through media or elsewhere? I see no hands. Thank you. Let's swear in the detective for the day.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to answer in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Minot?
This case has no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, cross-examination.
Yes, Judge. Good morning, Detective Miller.
Good morning.
Now, back in 2020, you were a member of the violent crimes unit,
Yes, ma'am.
but you're no longer in that unit anymore, correct?
That's correct.
You're in economics now, I believe?
Property crimes.
Property crimes, okay. Now, as a detective, you were trained in how to conduct investigations,
Correct.
how to appear credible for the jury,
Correct.
also trained in how to conduct interviews, correct?
Correct.
And you're trained in what I believe is called the read technique.
Correct.
And part of that technique is about kind of sympathizing and empathizing with the person that you're interviewing.
Sure.
Well, you went through the training, correct?
Probably over 10 years ago, yeah.
But you use those interview techniques as part of being a detective, correct?
Correct.
So that's something that you use pretty frequently?
I don't know if I sympathize and empathize with people daily or I don't know what the question is.
Do you use the training that you were trained in, the read technique, as part of your interviews?
Yes.
And part of the read technique also is minimizing some of the things that the person that you're interviewing might say?
Sure.
And even as part of your interview, you're allowed to lie?
Yes.
Basically to get the information that you need.
If you need to, yes.
And the information that you feel to be relevant?
Yes.
Now, in the interview that we watched, Mr. Tote took credit for everything, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also attended the autopsy in the case, correct?
Correct.
And you spoke with the medical examiner?
Yes, ma'am.
And in speaking with the medical examiner, you told her that this case was a case of strangulation?
I don't believe I used strangulation.
Do you recall what word it was or phrase you might have used?
I believe we talked about suffocation.
Okay. So you told the medical examiner that you thought it was a case of suffocation?
I believe we talked about a lot, but yes, I'm sure the word suffocation did come up, yes.
And in the interview that we watched yesterday was after you attended the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And some of the things that you learned of in the autopsy were contradictory to what you learned of in the interview?
Yeah, there was a specific topic that was, there was a little contradicting information, yes.
Based off of what the medical examiner found?
Correct.
And what Mr. Tote told you?
Correct.
Can I have a moment, Judge?
Of course.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Detective Miller, step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Potentially subject to recall by the defense.
Detective Miller, you're subject to recall. Thank you. You may step down.
Yes, sir.
Recall your next witness.
Sit rest.
Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, this point in the trial necessitates a break. We will bring you back in to the courtroom as soon as we are able. As always, please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Parties may be seated. The state of Florida has rested its presentation of evidence. Defense, do you need a moment to gather your thoughts prior to making argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. We'll take about a 5-minute recess and then we'll continue. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court is in recess for 5 minutes.
Maybe not the trust.
Come to order, circuit court's back in session.
Back on the record, the state of Florida has rested its presentation of evidence motions.
Mr. Smith will argue the JOA motion now.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Judge. I guess first, defense would request additional time to fully summarize and prepare for the judgment of acquittal argument. I know the court just gave us 5 minutes to do so. However, if the court has been inclined to give more time, I can argue based off of what I've been able to find at this point in time. I was trying to find the case I'll provide to the court as well. So that would be the initial request, and then based off of that, I can argue or not argue depending on the court's ruling to that.
Okay. How much additional time do you anticipate needing, Ms. Smith?
Your Honor, we were caught off guard by the state resting today. Last night, I talked to Dr. Scully Danziger and told her that we would not be calling her today, given the testimony of the state's witness, Dr. Goldberger, yesterday. And we would plan to present Mr. Tote, but we have not summarized together as a team with the client what's happened during the case and where we're at, what we're going to emphasize. So I think that having just learned this morning that the state will not be as rested today and not going forward, we would ask the court to either resume tomorrow with the jury or a day next week, since we were planning for the 3-week process.
Right. At the conclusion of the trial yesterday, the court asked the parties to get together and lay out what they anticipated would be the timeline. Did that meeting not happen?
It did, but there wasn't a clear answer given. It was undetermined, essentially, from the state.
All right. And the evidence that's been induced during the trial, has there been any new evidence that was adduced that was not in the possession of the defense for the multiple years that this case has been pending?
No, but there was a surprise today that there were journals that were in the custody of the state for most of the time that were taken from the house, that apparently there's an objection that the state is going to raise concerning the use of the journals in the process.
That is incorrect. The defense has known about everything that has been in evidence. The defense went and inspected the evidence themselves and looked at the journals. I have the evidence that I've been provided by the defense that they are seeking to introduce are medical records, which I object to. They are Megan Todt's medical records. I'm objecting based upon relevance. There has been no discussion of journals. I don't intend to introduce the journals, so I'm not sure what Mr. West is speaking about.
There's no doubt that the state, that we saw them in an evidence view, that the state had custody of them, and today we had planned, we didn't plan to close to present the case today, but we planned to show the relationship between the family and how it was marked in journals over the years of entries by both people. Apparently, Ms. Smith was told this morning that the state would be objecting.
To the medical records, yeah. To the medical records. To the medical records, yeah.
Copies of the journals have also been provided to the defense several months ago.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We have 14 members of the community that are present and have been present through each stage of the trial. Mr. Todt is represented by a competent and experienced team of attorneys. The evidence that has been adduced has been in the possession of the defense for multiple years, my understanding, and I will give the defense a brief amount of time to collect their thoughts. We're going to continue on with this trial today. I'm going to resume court at 10 o'clock, and I will anticipate entertaining any motions. And should the defense care to give an opening statement, we're going to move into the defense's case in chief. Thanks. We'll be in recess for half an hour.
Thank you, Judge. Well, I was about to step out. I don't know if Mr. Wesley.
Talk to Johnson.
Can we get a bathroom break?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Oh. Can we get a vacation?
Hey, there you go. It's at 4 o'clock, so.
Jury will be out 6 days.
Thank you.
No, you're fine.
What kind of TV they put a camera right there that's as big as the cars? I was talking to my client all through the trial, and then my mom finally called me and said, America does not need to see this. Because she's been in Oprah all the time talking to Ben, he was the team with you. All the ladies wanted to tell the other day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, thank you. We are back on the record. Mr. Wesley.
May I clarify one thing? Ms. Smith told me this morning that the state was going to object to the journals. She was in error. She said she misspoke and said that the medical records. There was never any doubt about the access to the journals. We saw them at the evidence viewing. That was not my intent. I just want to clarify and make it clear that there was no hiding the ball or...
I understand that was a misunderstanding,
Thank
Mr.
you for
Wesley,
hearing.
and I know that you would not misrepresent anything to the court. The state of Florida has rested its presentation of evidence. Motions at this time?
Yes, Judge, and thank you for the additional time.
Of course.
I have 2 cases that I'll be relying on if I can approach.
Thanks.
At this time, defense will be moving for a judgment of acquittal when viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, in this case, the state. A reasonable jury cannot conclude that the state has put forth sufficient evidence to sustain a prima facie case as to each of the elements. Turning first, generally, just the 2 cases that I provided, Burke specifically speaks about corpus. I know that there's been an interview that was played in a statement purported to be made by Mr. Tote. Essentially, corpus has to be shown beyond a reasonable doubt, and the statements and the information elicited through the interview of Mr. Tote contradicts with the medical examiner and the toxicologist statements in terms of any potential cause of death and the cause of the death. The statements also contradicts with the physical evidence as well. Based off of this, defense is of the position that based off of the corpus delicti ruling and the rule that it doesn't allow for a conviction or the state to prove the elements that specifically Mr. Tote committed these acts, and these acts are what caused the death of the remaining members of the Tote family. Turning to the animal cruelty, that's where the State versus Wershaw case comes into play. Essentially, that talks about how the statute is considered to be kind of vague and overbroad because essentially it allows for quasi anything to potentially sustain a conviction as to the animal cruelty. In this case, the testimony of Dr. Stern, he couldn't identify and specify what was the cause of death. He can't say who specifically caused the death in the case. So defense would first argue that the animal cruelty statute is vague and overbroad and that it would allow for a potential conviction based off of anything, and specifically in terms of the testimony that we did hear from Dr. Stern, the veterinarian, he can't indicate and say what the cause of death was. In terms of the potential wound that the state might say was inflicted by a knife, number one, in the interview, it was said that there was no knife used, but he also indicated it could be based off of decomposition and could not say or indicate what was the cause of death. And then as to the 4 counts of murder in this case, there's been, defense would assert that there hasn't been a prima facie case shown that the acts were committed by Mr. Tote, because that goes back to the corpus argument and that a conviction can't be sustained without independent evidence that would be shown beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Tote was the one that committed these acts. And based off the testimony that's been presented in terms of the medical examiner, the toxicologist, and Dr. Goldberg, those would contradict in terms of the statements that were introduced, which defense is of the position would go to corpus and say that it could not sustain a conviction as to murder. So defense would be asking for a judgment of acquittal in this case based off of those foregoing reasons.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. State's response.
Your Honor, the state has met its burden at this point. The state has met the prima facie case. As far as the corpus argument, corpus is met when there is evidence that a crime has been committed. The defendant was found in a house with 4 decomposing bodies and a decomposing animal. The defendant then made statements to law enforcement about how the deaths occurred. There is equal evidence to support that the state has met the corpus requirement in this case. And the medical examiner testified that the cause of death in each of the children, as well as Megan, was homicidal violence by unspecified means with recognizing toxicity. This is not a case where the ME found deaths were accidental or anything that would have prevented the state, absent additional evidence, from playing the defendant's interview. I would also note that there was no objection to the interview prior to it being played on corpus grounds. The case law is very clear with regards to corpus. As far as the animal cruelty count, there's also ample evidence to support the case going to the jury in that count. The veterinarian testified that as he examined the animal in this case, that there was no signs that the animal died from natural causes. In all of the autopsies, the medical examiner and the veterinarian testified that suffocation could not be ruled out. It's obvious after the medical examiner's review as well as the toxicology results that the children in this case and Megan did not die from natural causes. The state has met its burden and the case should proceed forward and be presented to the jury.
Judgment of acquittal should be denied by the trial court if, when viewed in the lens of the light most favorable to the state, the state meets the burden of establishing a prima facie showing of each of the elements in the charging information, in this case the indictment, and that a reasonable trier of fact could reasonably infer from the evidence adduced that a prima facie showing of each element of each offense has been shown. At this stage in the trial, the court finds that the state has met that burden, specifically based on the testimony of Dr. Nara regarding the 4 deceased individuals, as well as Dr. Stern regarding the deceased animal, when coupled with the evidence that was adduced in the light most favorable to the state. The court finds that they have met their burden. The court finds ample evidence of corpus delicti, and when considering the defendant's own statements, the state has met its burden. The judgment of acquittal motion is denied as to all counts. Does the defense anticipate giving an opening statement at this time?
Your Honor, ma'am, one inquiry. Was Dr. Goldberger or Dr. Goldberg? I don't want to... Berger. I want to make sure we're clear.
Yes, sir. Other than that inquiry, is the defense ready for opening statements?
I've had it open now, and which lectern do you prefer that we use?
We will roll in a lectern for you, and we'll position that wherever you'd like, Mr. Wesley. Do you want it right here in front of the jury box?
That's right.
All right, thanks.
And Judge, I guess, can I just put the sites, I know I referenced 2 cases, but can I just put the 2 sites on the records for the case?
Of course. Yes.
Burks versus State, which is 613 Southern 2nd 441, Florida Supreme Court from 1993. State versus Worshow, 343 Southern 2nd 605, Supreme Court of Florida, 1977.
Thanks. I reviewed both cases, and the ruling remains the same.
Judge, I don't recall if in your denial of the JOA, did you address the animal cruelty? I know we talked about... Okay.
I did.
Judge, I think it would be prudent at this point, I believe, based upon an email that I got from Ms. Smith, that there is an anticipation that medical records of Megan Todt are going to be attempted to be introduced into evidence by the defense. I have reviewed the suggested medical records. The state's going to be objecting to the introduction of the medical records. The medical records, a majority of the medical records are from 2011 and 2012. The state would argue that they are relevant in this case. There are medical records that are closer in time. They are chiropractic medical records. The last time the medical records indicate that Ms. Tote went to the chiropractor was in December of 2019. And the medical records did note that she was in pain and suffering from different ailments, but the state is making a relevance argument to all of the medical records.
Thank you. Defense, there is a motion to limit or exclude the anticipated items of evidence. They've not yet been brought before the court. I haven't even seen them. Is the defense in any position to make argument with respect to those anticipated items of evidence?
As the prosecutor indicated, they've been in their possession for quite some time. We are going to talk to the jury about what happened to the family and their relationship, and how things changed for them that led to the events that are the subject of this case, and mostly medical information. And rather than just have somebody say, I went with my wife to the doctor this day, and the records to verify exactly what was done and how things took place.
All right, my recollection of Mr. Todt's statement to law enforcement on January 15th, 2020, referenced a chronic condition, chronic issues with pain. As far as relevance grounds, the court would find that it meets the relevance threshold. As far as evidentiary considerations, I don't know if this is admissible, but as far as relevance grounds, I think I would overrule the state's objection.
Your Honor, there are also within the medical records a lot of blood work results. I also would note that there is not anybody to testify as to the meaning of any of those results. So I would be objecting based on that ground as well.
Mr. Wesley, has the item of evidence been compiled and pre-marked?
The Smith, was that done? Were the exhibits marked?
No.
All right. Before I have a more detailed conversation, I need to know exactly what the defense is anticipating eliciting. That way I can make a determination as to any objections or try and sort out any objections prior to their admission.
I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, we're talking in one ear.
And I would ask if the defense is going to be attempting to introduce previous journals that would do the same thing for that as well.
Okay. Court will expect that items of evidence that are anticipated to be introduced in the defense's case in chief be pre-marked. We'll put an evidence list together. We'll disseminate that to the parties, just as we did for the state's case.
Your Honor, at the conclusion, I don't know if this will need to be part of the record, but whether they should be kept, we could ask the court probably to put them under seal so they're not public at that point, even though they deal with the deceased person.
I'll accept anything that you want to be made part of the record, and whether it's retained, depending on whether there is a verdict reached in this case, is going to be a discussion with the court and the clerks. Mr. Wesley, are you satisfied with the podium placement? You good to go?
Thank you, Slam.
All right.
I'll ask for your permission if I need to do that.
Of course. Anything else we need to talk about before returning the jury? State. Let's return the jury, please.
the jury, please.
May be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this portion during the trial, the defense will have an opportunity, if they wish, to give an opening statement. Please remember that the arguments by the attorneys are not evidence or your instruction on the law, but do give them your close attention. They are intended to aid you or guide you as to what they believe the evidence will show or has not shown.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we chose to make our opening statement to defer it until this time. Some lawyers like to talk about what they expect the evidence will show, but I will talk to you briefly about what I believe the evidence has shown so far.
Objection, Your Honor, we approach.
Yeah, come on up. Yes.
There was a great innovation probably 5 or 6 years ago to allow jurors to take notes in cases, and that's very helpful because I've seen that you've been studiously applying, making notes, and to remind yourself of what evidence you heard. The presentation has been difficult for you, I think, and it's been a case that has not been necessarily fun, but we're going to keep going now and call, if we may, Your Honor, Alec Todt as our witness.
Thank you. Have you concluded with opening statements, Mr. Wesley? All right, thanks. We're going to reposition the courtroom. Mr. Wesley, I'm going to ask that you have a seat at council table. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short recess. Please do not discuss the facts of the case. Please do not conduct any independent research.
All rise for the jury.
Parties may be seated. Thank you. Trend of brevity continues. Mr. Tote, we're going to place you under oath.
Please raise your right hand.
Stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Todt, you are sitting between some very experienced trial attorneys. You should consider their counsel in the decision as to whether you wish to become a witness in this case or exercise your constitutional right to remain silent. I want you to understand that at your request, should you choose to remain silent, I would have instructed your jury that they are not to consider your silence in any way whatsoever in rendering a verdict. Ultimately, the decision as to whether you wish to testify in this trial is yours and yours alone. Have you had an opportunity to discuss that decision with your attorneys?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you need any additional time to make that decision?
Decision has been made, sir.
All right. It's been represented to the court that you wish to testify in this trial.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you understand that the state will have an opportunity to cross-examine you just as they have with any other witness. Do you understand that? All right. Thank you. All right. That's the only discussion that we have at this time. Thank you. Let's return the jury, please.
I have that lectern back.
You want it up here?
I thought that that's where typically they, where do you want it, Judge?
Okay. I was under the impression that closing arguments were done and you were going to question the defendant from the podium. Is that correct?
Not closing argument, opening statement.
Excuse me, did I say it closing? Opening statements are concluded, and so you can question from this podium, and we'll bring Mr. Todt up when the jury returns, swear him in.
I'm fine with that, thank you.
Thank you. Let's return our jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Thank you. Defense, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, we call Anthony Tote.
Mr. Todt, if you'll please remain standing, we're going to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe. Thank you.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Anthony John Todt.
What is your age?
46.
Mr. Tote, we've heard testimony about a woman named Megan Todt. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes.
And were you in fact married to Megan Todt?
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
It was high school of 1992
And where was that?
in Montville, Connecticut. Sorry. Montville, Connecticut. Montville.
And did you and Ms. Todt, did you and Megan, we've used first names throughout the case, so I'll do it to not make it hard to remember. Did you become married or become a couple?
Yes.
Now, did you attend the university in the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
And where did you go to school?
Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut.
Did Megan also become a student at Sacred Heart?
Yes, she was 2 years behind me.
What was your course of study?
Undergraduate work, a major in psychology with a concentration in health psychology, with a declared minor of pre-physical therapy, and then I finished my master's degree of science in physical therapy.
Right. Now, did your wife, when did you marry Megan? Was that in college or later?
I had graduated from college already, and she was in her second to last year of college.
What field did she study?
She had the exact same credentials as myself, physical therapy.
Did you practice in the field of physical therapy?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with medical terms and medical procedures?
Most definitely, sir.
How long did you practice as a physical therapist?
I received my license in August of 1999 and was practicing up until the current.
Was Megan also involved in the practice with you?
In the practice of physical therapy, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Whereas I did more hospitalist, nursing care, home care, and outpatient, she concentrated most of her time as a pediatric specialist and did work some time in nursing homes when we traveled.
What were the circumstances that brought your family to Celebration?
Initially, my wife and I bought the condo in Celebration in July of 2005 when we were traveling physical therapists, which means they put us around the country either to cover for what they call snowbird season or people got on maternity leave. They were generally minimum of 13-week assignments, and they could be extended. We first went out to California, wonderful time. Then we came down to Florida and found that since we sold our initial condo in Connecticut, we didn't have any deductions. So we bought the condo in Celebration as a partial investment and partially primary home, because part of our contract with our traveling company is they pay for our residence. So at the current time, they were paying for a rental. Why have the company pay for a rental when they can pay for your actual house and help with your mortgage payments? So we bought the condo in July 2005. Would you like me to continue?
Let me ask one thing at this point. What was the status of Megan's health when you first met her?
When I first met Megan, sorry, I just needed to collect myself. Megan had initially been diagnosed as a teen with Lyme disease, in which they say Lyme disease goes into remission, they say Lyme disease goes into just recesses and waits another day to invade, all depending on your immune system, all depending on what research shows and who you follow. She also was diagnosed right around middle school, right before I met her, with a heart issue. This heart issue they diagnosed as mitral valve prolapse and a murmur. They also diagnosed arrhythmias, at which time I found out after I started dating Megan in high school, because I asked her one time. We used to go out to dinner all the time. We used to, normal dating.
Ask your next question, Mr. Weston.
I'll try and ask you more questions that have a shorter answer.
I apologize, sir.
And then when you married Megan, what was the status of her health generally?
Generally, she was healthy. She avoided caffeine and she avoided sugars because of the heart issue previously mentioned.
And then, did there come a time when Megan began to have health problems?
Yeah.
And about when was the onset of that?
March 2011.
And what are the conditions that she experienced?
We were vacationing. I apologize. We were vacationing in Florida. And we were at a theme park. And she got bit by a bug. She described this bug as a 6-legged black bug with a red
mark on the back that reminded her of the state of Texas. I didn't see the bug. It was at the end of the day, and this bug bite, which you would think was innocuous, turned into this yellow, green, I can't even describe, pustule. It was a gigantic whitehead. So we went home that night. I went home to the hotel, or it was a hotel at the time, because of the issue.
And about what, that was in 2011, you say?
March 2011, sir.
And then in the ensuing year, did Megan develop any other health complications?
Oh, yeah. Through many trips to the hospital, many trips to the ER, cardiac critical care units, she was diagnosed with a multitude of diagnoses, I guess you want to say. First of which was they found that she had drug-induced hepatitis. Sorry. First, I apologize. Let me back up. They diagnosed her with tonsillar cellulitis. She had these gigantic white pustules on her tonsils. Her lymph node was just totally enlarged, in trouble breathing. In subsequent visits to the ER, subsequent visits to the doctors, they found that she acquired, through the medical aspect, what's called drug-induced hepatitis. So her liver became inflamed, very much so, that it was malfunctioning, to put it lightly. Her eyes were, at one point, the color of the most fluorescent yellow highlighter you've ever seen in your life. I swear her eyes could...
Mr. Tote?
Yes.
Did there come a time then at that occasion when she had the hepatitis that it affected her lifestyle or what she could do?
Most definitely. My wife, she was a yoga teacher, in addition to physical therapist. She went from a very strong, vibrant woman to barely holding on to 90 pounds. She couldn't keep weight on. She couldn't breathe. Her heart rate progressively was going crazy. At rest, it would be 190 or above. EKGs, all that kind of stuff, saw her throwing atrial fibrillations, PVCs, which are, it's basically your heart operates in a synchronous motion, okay? Valves pump on rhythm. Her valves and her, sorry, not valves, her chambers were beating all irregular. It was basically, you take four wheels of a car.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of medical knowledge and narrative.
It's a narrative system.
Mr. Tote, have you, what medical training have you received in conjunction with the physical therapy?
I appreciate you asking me that, sir. 20 years of medical experience working in the hospital, case review of charts, home care, meaning that not only was I operating under a nurse or with a nurse individually at a house, I was also opening cases on my own, which means I received medical information, medical records from the doctors and from the hospital themselves to be interpreted, to be reviewed, and to be deciphered so that I can properly give the appropriate care within their medical limits to the patient.
Thank you for that background. Now, as your wife continued with her health issues, what was her attitude or outlook or demeanor?
Her demeanor went from a very vibrant young woman in which literally we were best friends. As dating, we always knew we would remain best friends. That's how close we were. We dated for 8 years before we were married. Her family was my family, okay? Her grandparents were my grandparents. That's how close we were, okay? She went from, even though she remained the light of my life, whenever she walked into a room, Literally, after almost 20 years of marriage, my stomach would have those butterflies in it, seeing my wife. I existed, but she went from...
Ask the question again, Mr. Wilson.
Now, at that point in time, did you have children?
At the time she got sick, sir?
Sorry?
At what point in time, sir?
When we're talking about this period in her life, when she had gone, when she was less vibrant or less
Yeah.
demeanor change.
Before she got sick, we were blessed with 2 wonderful boys. Okay? She went from a mom who provided for everything, including myself. I consider myself a third kid, okay? To a person who could barely walk stairs on certain days. We hired, with the help and the assistance of our family, we hired I guess you want to say a mother's helper, okay? In which to come in, help bring the kids to school, which is something my wife...
Narrative and unresponsive.
What I'm going to ask you to do is to try and I'll try and correct you so that we don't have long extensions, so it's easier for everyone to understand what we're talking about.
I apologize, sir. It's been 2 years since I've been able to tell my story. I appreciate you working with you.
You and Megan attended Sacred Heart, which was a Roman Catholic university, is that true?
That's the debate. It's Roman Catholic by name, but it was considered Jesuit run, which I don't know where the derivation between those two run.
But were you raised in the Catholic Church?
I was raised in the Roman Catholic Church and continue to practice as such, sir.
Do you know whether Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church?
Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church. However, before she went to college, her and her mother and father did shy away from it, but she did get confirmed before we got married.
As you progressed as a family, did Megan seek other religious experiences?
Most definitely, sir.
And what was the reason for that?
When she got sick, we were under the model of traditional med. That's where we were trained. Medicine helps. Progression of her disease process, we went more alternative, or she went more alternative, I should say, because we were told to stay away from medications. Alternatives were not working. Through her yoga practice and her yoga certification, she got introduced to, I guess you want to say, an Eastern religion, Hindu and based. I always thought it was Buddhist, but it was actually Hindu. And she shied away from the Roman Catholic Church. And her progression, her religion, through that religion and her following, also took over her medical outlook and her medical treatment of herself as she shied away from unsuccessful medical interventions.
Around that time, was there a calamitous event in the life of Megan's parents?
Before the birth of my first son, in November of 2002, her father hung himself. She was very close with her father. She was not close with her mom. I was very close with her father. He was one of my good friends, one of the few males I trusted. One of the things I totally enjoyed about the relationship with her and her family was her relationship with her father. She was that close with him.
Right, sir. And then also, along with having 3 children yourself with Megan, she suffered miscarriages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that also affect her approach towards her health or approach towards how she carried on day to day?
The first miscarriage happened when she first got bit by that bug. before the whole progression of the disease and the process under it. There was, of course, depression and that kind of stuff for losing a baby. And then in the fall of 2019, September actually, we were blessed. We found out that a simple weekend away, we conceived. And she went from being depressed to very happy, dancing, singing, something that I hadn't seen in forever. And we lost a baby. And it affected her big time. And obviously affected me, but she went from that singing, humming, dancing person to to days that she didn't even get out of bed.
What was the religious group that she had migrated towards, the Eastern religion? Did you ever attend their services with your wife? Or?
I was very supportive of my wife. I did not understand, nor did I follow this religious aspect. I was Roman Catholic. The way I was raised in a military family. My stepfather was a very proud military man. I was taught respect.
Unresponsive.
It's your question, Mr.
The
Ward.
question that was asked was, let me ask an entirely different question so no confusion. I want to make sure I tie up some loose ends. You mentioned Lyme disease, and that's somewhat prevalent in New England, is that correct?
It seems like everybody has Lyme disease, yes.
And that is transmitted by insects, bugs also, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then what were the effects on that of your wife that you noticed?
When the Lyme disease became apparent and positive, she had breathing problems, heart rate problems, chronic pains. When she had what was called exacerbations, so without getting too technical, your immune system is the best thing to keep any disease at bay. So whenever she didn't feel well, got sick, the Lyme would become more prevalent. So when the Lyme became more prevalent, not only did she have joint aches, she had feelings of hopelessness, depression, not wanting to go on certain days. There were some days where I helped her shave her legs because she couldn't bend over, she was in so much pain or couldn't breathe.
Mr. Tote, did your wife seek a different way to health through the Eastern religion?
Yes, she did, sir.
And was it diet-based or worship-based, or what were the parts that appealed to her, and what was she seeking?
She was seeking control over her own medical care. Basically, anybody in a chronic illness wants some kind of control of their own self. She went from traditional medicine, she went to religious following of dictating what her health care was. She even followed a book from a guy who listened to a ghost who had no medical experience to tell her what she should be doing, what she should be eating, and that kind of stuff, called the medical medium.
Was there any discussion within that religious group about an afterlife?
Yes. This religious group could be conducted mostly by Skype or whatever video thing was at the time. I think it was Skype.
Objection, hearsay.
No,
The means of technology.
overruled.
Thank you.
I would sit with her during some of these meetings. They would give her prayers to pray, whether to help with what they were talking about with what was called family lineage karma burning. Because as in the Bible, Roman Catholic, the same thing she followed was the fact that your past, your past family's transgressions follow forward multiple generations. So as you asked, the
Please repeat your question, just so I can make sure I repeat correctly.
Was there an afterlife component of this religious practice?
Yes, there was an afterlife component in which each afterlife, she believed that there was reincarnation. And as they burned the family karma in the current life, they reached a salvation in which they were reincarnated to a better life.
And was her desire to seek better health through this process by going into another life?
Better health and better relationships with people who had abused her and had verbally and otherwise affected her in her life.
There was some discussion about a suicide note, and that was apparently directed from Detective Cole Miller to Dr. Nara. Were you aware of any suicide note?
When I came back to the house that day, she showed it to me, yes. But I had no knowledge of it before I came home that day.
And what was her demeanor or attitude at that time?
She was trying to explain to me what she did. She was trying to make me understand. It was the whole aspect of it was she was trying to present this as fact. And I was telling her, I don't believe that, I can't believe I called her some names, which I never called her before in my life. But the whole demeanor of it was, this is what I've been told through my meditations. This is what I believe. This is what, as she referred to as, the light has provided for her, and the light.
Hearsay and non-responsive.
Talking about your own demeanor and how your countenance.
My own demeanor, when I found out what happened, I puked. I cried. I was in total denial of what happened. I couldn't understand. And then after that, I was like, I want to get you help. I'll take responsibility for this. Just get help. That's all I wanted. I would do anything in my life to do what she needed, provide for what she needed, provide her a happy life. I held my wife on a pedestal. I didn't care anything to myself. I wanted her to have a good life, period. And I wanted her to get help. I didn't care.
Objection, non-responsive, and narrative.
We'll try and work on shorter sentences so that everyone can keep up, and I'll be.
My apologies, sir.
We're fine. Have you progressed from talking about the afterlife to talking about what happened to your children and your wife?
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
When you said what had happened with Megan, what were you talking about?
What had happened that day when I came home?
Which day?
I don't know.
You don't have to talk about calendar date. What was the occurrence that made that day memorable?
I came home and my kids were dead. It was the most horrible day of my life. And what made me more horrible is my wife died in front of me also.
Mr. Todt, had there been a blueberry pie that was cooked in the house?
According to what she told me.
Objection, hearsay.
And
Hold on just a sec, Mr. Tote. Response.
Describe what you know or saw and not what you heard from another person, if you can.
thank you, sir. When I came home that morning,
I knew my family the night before was having dessert, and I declined it because you saw my health. I was jogging and losing weight. I came home that morning, and there was a melted purple, looked like a pudding pie. I can't really tell you exactly what it was. She told me what it was later, but it was in a graham cracker crust. And the kitchen, it was my job to clean the kitchen. But when I came home, that purple, bluish, grapish, melted pie, I guess you want to say, in a pie dish was sitting there on the counter with some residue on the kids, at the kids' places on their plates.
At that time you came in, you saw that there were desserts that had been served up on the table?
I saw the remnants of it, yes.
And then did you then discover that your children were dead?
Not initially, no. I had gone upstairs. Well, I had too much information, but I had to pee. So I went to the bathroom and came out, and my wife was at the top of the stairs. My house was very quiet. Very unnormal having 3 kids. One 13, one 10 at the time, the other one 4 years old. She brought me in the room. I had been feeling nauseous that morning anyways, because I had these shakes I was taking for weight loss, all that. And around the same time that she was telling me I was puking. It was then that I understood what had transpired. She had blood on her shirt. And after that, after I said a few uncolored words to her, I then discovered the kids. I went into the rooms and found them dead.
You saw the video yesterday where on the 15th, Cole Miller and another investigator in a tiny room talked to you at length. Did you have an agenda for that discussion?
I don't even remember that day. Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and smacking my head on the stairs, which resulted in a fracture of my neck. Next thing I knew, I woke up here. And seeing that video yesterday, that was the first time I saw that video. I had no agenda consciously, but I can tell you, throughout my relationship with my wife, especially after she got sick, I would put myself as a forefront and take responsibility and protect my wife.
You said in the statement that you stabbed the children and there was blood everywhere. Do you remember that from yesterday's video?
I remember it just seeing on yesterday's video. I wasn't aware of anything I said till about June, so maybe June or July, 6 months after I got here, when I got the transcript of what I said that day.
Why did you say that you performed the knife, the incisions on the bellies of the children?
It goes back to the aspect is I was covering for my wife. Obviously, unsuccessfully, because as you saw by the video, compared to what they said, I had no clue had my kids died.
Did you have ideas of joining your family in the afterlife?
After I saw everybody die, after I saw my wife die and saw my kids, most definitely. I wanted to be with them. That's the only thing I wanted to be. I didn't care by what means. I didn't care by what anything. I sliced my wrist. I took multiple doses of Benadryl. I tried to hang myself several times. I bought a pellet gun to shoot myself because I couldn't get a gun to, as you call it, eat a gun.
Did you ever try to poison yourself?
With Benadryl, yes. And also, I was just under recently of medical care, and I was given metformin for diabetes. And at one point, I swallowed the whole bottle of metformin.
Now, I think there was evidence that you remained in the house for up to 3 weeks after the day that changed your family's entire future. During that time, how many attempts did you make to take your own life?
I would have to go through them to count, because in my head I can't count them. Do you mind if I tell you?
Can we close your eyes for about 15 minutes about 15 seconds and try and formulate the answer?
Unconscious recollection, I can tell you I remember at least 8 times. However, since being here and through other diagnostic testing, I found out there were additional times, so 10 times at least.
And was Benadryl the primary agent that you were trying to use?
Benadryl was one of the agents. There was also a knife I picked up. I saw my wife stab herself. How hard could it be to stab yourself? You gotta be freaking kidding me. You see a knife with a blade like this, and you want to instill that into your body? No way. I chickened out, yes. I tried other means. I tried at least 3 episodes of Benadryl.
And did you not keep it down or vomit, or what happened?
Benadryl, as you know, can make you sleepy, okay? The first time I took it, I didn't know what I was doing. I had no plan of this. I just wanted to be with my family. I woke up, I don't know when, how long. Obviously, I didn't take enough. Next time, I took a whole bunch of, the wall dry. I remember that distinctly because that stuff tastes horribly. But the children's, which is no different, it's just a better flavor. I took, I think it was equivalent of 5 glasses about this tall I had prepared, okay? I fell asleep before I finished it entirely. The last thing of Benadryl, which I took when going back and looking at the dates and whatever, it turned out the day before that they came to my house. I saw the aspect of the 12th on one of the phones. At that time, I took over 200 pills of Benadryl. Now, mind you, a normal dose of Benadryl is 2 pills. And I took 2 family-size liquid Benadryls. In order to stay awake, and also because I was feeling nauseous, I took a Mountain Dew and an energy drink. The energy drink to keep me up because I kept falling asleep, and the Mountain Dew so that I wouldn't throw this stuff up. I wanted this stuff in my system. I was so frustrated I couldn't kill myself.
In the crime scene photographs that were shown to the jury, there was a Huffy bicycle in a box.
Yeah.
And were you prepared to assemble that bike?
Oh, God, my babies. That was to be a Christmas present to my daughter. I hadn't picked up the boys' bikes yet because the boys were some of my best friends, and I could never say. I went over there that night to...
Ask your next question, Mr. Wesley.
Did you open the box? Did you assemble the bike?
I never made it there to assemble the bike. That's where I went that night, to assemble that bike.
There are also numerous Christmas gifts, wrapped Christmas gifts that were shown in either the photographs or in the inventory that's collected. Did you and your wife buy gifts and have gifts ready for Christmas for your children?
Yes, some of those gifts were ours. New bed set, not bed set, I apologize. Duvet cover and sheets and all that kind of stuff the boys picked up. There was even a dollhouse that we picked up for my daughter. It was her first dollhouse. And there was also presents there from the family that had been sent down, yes.
Mr. Tote, what could have prohibited Megan from killing your children?
I have no idea. We woke up that morning, she was pain-free. Everything was good. I took the opportunity to try to go over and put the bike together. I had no knowledge of this. I don't know what could have prevented it. I have no idea. And that's the biggest thing that affects me, is the fact that I didn't even see this coming. They say, blindsided. This was a blindside by like a Mack truck filled with dynamite. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Collect yourself.
Do you have a tissue or something? I'm sorry.
Deputies?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Do you mind if I turn around real quick? Can I turn around? Sorry.
Do you remember the religious groups sending messages and having, I guess, prayer or singing sessions in Megan's memory and, information back?
I really do not understand that question, sir. I apologize.
Was the person who was thought to be the leader of this Indian or Eastern Indian religious group called Gari?
That was one of them, yes. That was the primary one, yes.
And they had individual contact with Megan, would leave messages for Megan and contact her?
Yeah, contacts would be via phone, via, like I said, the Skype computer thing, FaceTimed sometimes.
And did they contact you or give you information that Megan had crossed over?
They didn't tell me directly. They had contacted my sister, and my sister told me that she had a conversation, that Megan was at rest and she crossed over. I don't know where that, I don't understand it. But to hold it in my heart, she crossed over and she's at peace and not suffering. That's all I can hope for.
Mr. Tote, did you kill your family?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley. Ms. Pinnell, cross-examination.
Yes, in December of 2019, what was Megan's medical conditions?
Megan's medical conditions consisted of neck pain, back pain, hypothyroidism, Lyme disease, heart rate issues, breathing issues.
And did all of these medical issues make her frail?
Frail is a very subjective term. Can you please be more descriptive, please?
Did all of Megan's medical conditions make it hard for her to engage in everyday living?
Yes.
Did Megan's medical condition make it hard for her to walk?
At times, yes, but she hit it very well.
So going back to the date that you remember coming home to your family being gone, how was Megan walking that day?
She was walking fine. She had woken up pain-free the day before because she had told me that the light had interceded and the light had enabled her to do so.
Okay, so she was walking around fine.
Correct.
And did she complain to you at all about, you said she was pain-free, so she didn't have to take any medication?
She was on a whole list of herbal stuff, some of which I have no idea what she was taking. Plus, she took this whole diet thing in which she would boil these mushrooms, in which she would do whole sorts of, there's so many things she would do.
Okay, so she was engaging in holistic practices.
Holistic and religious and spiritual practice, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Megan had gotten diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen.
That was her initial diagnosis, that's correct, and she had exacerbations. Like I had told you before, the diagnosis...
My question was a yes or no question. Let me ask my next question.
Well, allow me to elaborate.
My question was a yes or no question.
That's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
After she was diagnosed, or you were told she was diagnosed with Lyme disease, how long was it before she experienced symptoms?
Which time?
The first time.
I didn't know her when she initially got diagnosed with Lyme. She initially got diagnosed the first time when I was in 2011 and went through exacerbations, up and down cycles, all depending on her condition of her health, condition of her physically, condition of her mentally, condition of her stress-wise, condition of her emotionally. And
did she get diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen or in 2011?
like I explained before, I guess you want to say the jury is out of whether or not you have Lyme disease or Lyme exacerbations coming back and forth.
Okay.
She got diagnosed initially.
I don't have any other questions.
Allow me to finish, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that from 2011 until December of 2019, Megan was suffering?
From 2011 to
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
Off and on, yes. But she consistently had all the breathing issues, the pain, and the heart rate issues, all depending on how bad they were and how bad they were affecting her to the day.
Prior to the day of the deaths, had Megan been suffering?
Most definitely.
When was the most recent time that she had been suffering?
Like I told you, I woke up that morning, all of a sudden, she was pain-free. The night before, I had worked on her. I had worked on her continuously, every day, for over a year after she weaned from Zoe. Before she went to bed, when she woke up in the morning, to help with her pain, so that we can get her to the regular doctors. She had a doctor's visit scheduled for the Thursday after Thanksgiving, forgive me, I do not have the date, in which she canceled because she had said, there's no hope, there's nothing more that can be done.
Okay, so what kind of work did you do for Megan?
Did myofascial release, craniosacral, any type of relaxations that... My apologies, ma'am. Manual therapy in which I was trained under. Different things I would go to school for, or continuing ed for, to help treat her. Stuff I've read about, stuff I've gone through, everything within my scope of practice.
I'm asking you what you specifically did. So if you were
I'm telling
going
you
to
what I did.
treat her,
Yep,
what were the different things that you did?
that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay? There's no cookbook recipe in physical therapy. It's treating her ailments and treating her pains.
Okay,
So
so you
whether
did
or not her liver was inflamed, I did myofascial release to help release the liver.
She had digestive problems. I would do integrated manual therapy to help with those digestive problems. She had neck pain. I helped with her neck pain. She had relaxation issues and stress issues and heart rate issues and vagus nerve issues. I would help her desensitize that through craniosacral therapy. I would do anything she needed to get done to help her get better, to help her progress in her life.
When was the mother helpers hired?
The mother's helper hired was initially after Tyler was born to help here and there to bring the kids, bring my oldest son to C school. So that would have been 2010-ish, 2011-ish, but she was upped to more after she got sick to help provide through the assistance of her aunt, who helped finance her, and ourselves.
Okay. At what point was the mother's helper no longer necessary?
It was no longer never necessary. She had moved on to another career. We got another nanny, worker, that kind of stuff, which Megan and her did not get along with. Then she decided that warm weather was better, so she came down here. In many pleas to help get somebody else, we got a babysitter in which you want to know the whole truth. I'm telling you the whole truth.
My question, at what point did you not have assisted help?
At what
Month
point?
and year?
After year, let's see, we moved down here in 2014.
So,
No, I apologize. Nope. Full-time was after Zoe, so full-time was 2016 she came down here. After that, we had no help because she fired the babysitter that we had.
okay. So was Megan the caregiver for the children during the week?
Through the couple days that I was away, yes.
And you mentioned the couple days that you were away. You still had a practice up in Connecticut at the time,
We
right?
had a practice in Connecticut, that's correct.
And isn't it correct that you would travel during the week up to Connecticut?
That's correct, as long as my wife's issues and my wife's health dictated such. There were times in which I would literally land and I would get a phone call from my son or my wife that things were bad, and I'd hop on the first flight back.
Did that happen often?
It happened quite a bit.
And when you say things were bad, is this mentally, physically, what are you talking about?
All the above, from the miscarriage and bleeding, to the fact of her ripping the shelves off the wall and my boy was scared, to her breaking the dishes, to her not being able to get out of bed. And then as things progressed and I found that my older son was preparing a lot more meals, before I would leave for the couple days I was gone, I would make sure that
Objection,
there was...
non-responsive.
Ask your next question.
You are a practicing, or you indicated you're a practicing Roman Catholic.
I am a practiced Roman Catholic trying to find, I'm a Christian-based and migrated to more Christian-based. However, I'm trying to find a church that suited me because Roman Catholic law did not.
Isn't it true that during your interview with Detective Miller, you indicated to Detective Miller that you were a forced Catholic?
Growing up, I was.
And at what point in time did Megan, and I'm asking for a year and a month, if you know, at what point in time did Megan begin seeking other religion alternatives?
In what regards, in what capacity do you speak of, ma'am?
You indicated that she initially was Catholic with you, and that she sought other religious alternatives.
Well,
when did she do that?
Let me correct your chronology, if I may. She came back and got confirmed because we were going to get married in a Catholic church. She was not a practicing Catholic at the time, except for going here and there and practicing Easter. Okay? When she got her yoga certification, she got introduced to this new gallery through one of the things. That was in...
When?
That was in 2009. After she got sick in 2011, she progressed 2012, 2013 to Gallery and Mirabai.
You said 2012 and 13?
Correct, after she got sick.
When did you become aware
When did I become aware of what?
that Megan was going towards this alternate religion?
When she told me. Initially, she would share her yoga certifications and her courses. And then in 2012, 2013, She would have me sit in on her teleconferences or whatever you want to call them. And I saw her progressing further and further away from medical towards the spiritual aspect.
Okay.
Excuse me for one second.
Going to the day that this happened, that you said you came home, where were you coming home from?
I had decided with my wife's conversation the night before that I would take the opportunity to go over, do some maintenance issues at the condo, and to put together my daughter's bike.
Okay, so did you leave the night before or in the morning?
The night before the morning of what, ma'am?
When you came home and said you found your children dead?
I left the night before, after dinner.
When?
After dinner.
What time?
Ma'am, I was on vacation. I don't know the time. I can tell you it was after dinner time because we sat there and I had my shake prepared and helped leftovers. I had gone over there and realized that my kids did not put the tools in my van, so I walked back and played basketball with them for a couple hours.
Okay, so did you finish dinner first?
I didn't eat dinner. My kids finished dinner, yes.
Did your children finish their entire dinner before you left?
They finished the dinner that was provided with them. I don't know if they ate afterwards.
Did you said it was your job to clean the kitchen. Did you clean the kitchen?
No.
So,
Leftovers, we throw stuff away. There's nothing to clean.
okay, so you didn't clean any, I don't understand what your job is to clean the kitchen if you didn't have.
Pots, pans, that kind of stuff. Nothing was there because we didn't cook. We had leftovers. We
Okay,
had,
okay.
what's it called? Hummus toast. Or They
Okay.
had hummus toast.
And you said you weren't hungry, or you?
I had a shake. I wasn't going to eat at the time. No.
Okay. And did Megan eat?
You know, I don't know.
And did you have one vehicle or two vehicles in Florida?
In Florida, one.
One vehicle. And that was the red van?
Yes.
And how long after dinner did you go over to the condo?
After dinner, it's hard to say. 30, 45 minutes after everything was completed. I was like, I'm going to sleep out. I took the van over because I was preparing to bring more stuff back from the condo to the house, kids' toys and that kind of stuff.
What kind of stuff did you have at the condo?
We have a whole second residence there. The kids' toys, my daughter's, there's a bunch of blocks. The kids wanted some of their books, some of their stuffed animals, some of that. Enough stuff I wasn't going to carry, so I was going to put it in the van.
When you moved to 202 Reserve Place, what did you take with you from the condo?
What did we take with the condo? Clothes,
Is that it?
maybe some dishware.
And how long had you bought the condo in 2005, right?
That's correct.
When did it become fully furnished?
The condo?
Yes.
Let's see, we bought it in July 2005, maybe August? No, I apologize. There was a renter in there, so October. October 2005.
Okay, so in October 2005, you fully furnished the condo.
The condo, that's correct.
Did you ever live there full time?
What do you mean?
Did you ever live at the condo full time?
My wife and I lived in the condo from October 2005, thereabouts, until July 2006, when we moved up to have my son in Connecticut, in which we bought that house up there and rented the condo out.
Okay, did you ever move back into the condo?
Yes.
When?
Full-time, as in after selling the house, I think we sold the house in 2017 or 2018 in Connecticut. So my wife had started snowbirding. I want to say 2014, 2015, then she made it permanent in 2016 or 17.
During the time that you rented the condo, did you leave it fully furnished or did you have renters furnish it?
We had renters furnish it. I moved all that stuff back up to Connecticut.
And on the night after dinner, is it your testimony that you got in the van and drove over to the condo?
Yes.
And the condo really wasn't that far from 202 Reserve Place, right?
No, because of one-way streets and all that, it took me 5 minutes.
Okay. So you get to the condo, what do you do when you get there?
I go in the back of the car to get my tool bag out that I asked the boys to put in, realized it wasn't there. So I walked back.
Did you ever make it up to the condo?
No,
And you tested, what do you do with the van?
left it there because I walked back to get the tool bag, in which I looked at the boys. I'm like, "Did you guys forget something?" And they looked under the basketball hoop, and they're like, "Oh, the van was locked. The tools are there." So we wrestled a little bit, and they asked me to play basketball. I had a friend who always told me to take every opportunity to play with the kids because you never know when they're not going to play with you. So we played basketball for a while. We played horse. We played a whole bunch of basketball games.
For how long?
Ma'am, you're asking me, I don't know, sunlight's up longer here? Hour and a half? I don't know.
Was it still sunny out when you left?
There was sun in the sky. I can't tell you what capacity. It was still light outside.
Okay. About what time did you usually eat dinner?
It depended on what activities there were. That night, probably about 5-ish, 5:30. Some nights at 8, some nights at 7. It all depended.
Okay, is it fair to say that the kids probably ate between 5 and 8?
It could have been 4:30. It could have been 4. All depended on activity. If they ate early, we had a later night snack.
Okay. So what happens after you play basketball?
I told the boys it was getting late. Megan had told me that she wanted to go to bed early that night because everybody had just gotten over the stomach bug and didn't want to be sick for Christmas.
Okay.
So I said, go into your mom. I'm going. Good night. I'm going over. Just remind mommy I won't be home. I'll either be sleeping in the condo or the, the studio apartment above the garage because I was a bull in a china closet. You saw how big I was. I was a klutz.
Did you often not sleep at home with your wife?
Yeah, when I traveled to Connecticut.
What about when you weren't in Connecticut?
Most of the time I slept with my wife. That night I said I would take the opportunity to go put together my bike, or my daughter's bike, fix the door, garbage disposal, run bleach down the air conditioner, normal maintenance stuff. And she didn't want me waking her up.
Okay. So how do you get back to the condo?
I walk.
And what tools do you bring with you?
It was a tool bag full of, there's what they call socket wrenches, screwdrivers, a gross array of all tools. I had a utility bag.
Okay. So you carry the utility bag and you walk over to the condo, right?
I walk over to the van, that's correct.
So you walk to the van?
Yeah.
What do you do with the van?
I realized that the phone, what I realized it wasn't the phone, it was an iPod that was lacking the charge. So I went in, knowing I didn't have a charger up in the condo. I had a car charger. So I sat in there, decided to take a rest because I was exhausted as I charged the phone.
Okay. So how long are you in the van?
I fell asleep.
What kind of phone charger did you have in the van?
It's a plug into the, cigarette lighter thing.
Did you have a phone charger back at 202 Reserve Place?
Oh yeah, that's where they all were.
Okay. So how long were you sleeping in the van?
I woke up by the sunshine the next morning.
So you slept the entire night in the van?
I'm sure I woke up at one point or another and went back to sleep. It was not uncurrent. I used to fall asleep in the pickup line to pick up my kids at school.
Okay, so did you sleep in the front seat, the passenger?
Front driver's seat.
Front driver's seat, okay. Did you ever go inside the condo?
Nope, never made it up there. Because I woke up and realized the sun was up, so obviously it was later than the 4 o'clock I usually woke up to treat my wife. And I didn't want to be in the doghouse, but with her waking up and being in pain and me not being there and not being able to provide for her.
Okay, so what time did you wake up?
Sunlight was up. What time sunrise in Florida?
So do you drive back to 202 Reserve Place or do you walk?
I walked.
Okay, so why did you drive over to Longview Avenue in the first place then?
As I repeated the first, which was already said, I was bringing stuff back from the condo that were of my kids that they wanted back. Obviously, I'm not going to carry a whole bag of whatever in my hands, so I brought the van to load in all the blocks, load in some of the kids' their Lego toys, bring back some of the stuffed animals.
Okay. So, you get back, and now it's daylight.
The sun is up, yes.
And which door of the house you go into?
Back door.
So you go in the back door, and what do?
Go to pee. After I walk through the kitchen and saw the remnants of everything.
Okay, so you see everything still on the table, you pass the bathroom to go upstairs, right?
No, I went to the bathroom downstairs.
Okay, I thought earlier you testified that you went upstairs to go to
After
the
I
bathroom.
went to the bathroom. What I testified was I went to the bathroom, then went upstairs to meet my wife.
Okay. So at what point did she come to the top of the stairs then?
When I came out of the bathroom downstairs, she must have heard motion. She was at the top of the stairs.
Okay. So, were the doors to the library open or closed?
Don't know. Didn't see him.
Is the library not close to the stairs?
The library is past the stairs. That's correct. But when you have to pee, you have to pee.
Well, you're standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up at Megan at the stairs. You can't see the doors to the library?
Ma'am, can you see that gentleman back there?
Mike, you don't ask me questions, I ask you questions. Can you see the door to the library when you're standing at the stairs looking up at Megan?
No.
Okay. And you're engaging with Megan, and what is Megan's demeanor? Not what she says, what is she doing, and how is she appear to you?
She's standing at the top of the stairs. She has tears in her eyes and said, "You're alive."
Okay. And what is she wearing?
She's wearing my gray Hydra Works shirt, which is something she usually slept in. And she's wearing some kind of pants of some sort. She had clothes on.
And did she have any injuries at that point?
Ma'am, she was standing there. She was fine. I don't know. I hugged her, kissed her, told her, "I'm sorry I'm late." Asked her
Okay,
where the
so what
kids were.
happens next?
I go into the bedroom because I wasn't feeling well, and she wanted to talk to me in the bedroom.
Okay, and what happens next?
We start communicating, and like I said, when I woke up, I felt nauseous anyways. And I don't know if it was because of the nauseous I woke up with or what she was telling me. I puked.
Okay, and so are you in the master bathroom?
That's correct.
And where's Megan?
You know, she's somewhere behind me.
So you don't know?
She's talking within voice distance. I can't tell if she's this distance away or she's this distance away.
Is she in the bathroom?
Like I said, I can't tell. You're asking me specific. She's in the room someplace.
So if you don't know, your answer is I don't know. Do you know if Megan's in the bathroom?
I do not know if the Megan's in the bathroom.
Okay. But Megan is talking to you.
That's correct.
And after you're done in the bathroom, where do you go?
Do you want the whole chain of events or do you want...
Which room of the house do you go into after you leave the bathroom?
Zoe, I go into my master bedroom, then walk through the door into the hallway and walk into Zoe's room.
And is Alec and Tyler's door open?
That I don't recall, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Why did you go to Zoe's room?
Because she said she said the kids were dead. And Zoe was my little angel. That's the first one I went to.
So when you get into Zoe's room, what do you see?
There's a pillow on her head. There's a hand. And there's covers on top of her. She's laying on her mattress on the floor. The mattress is on the floor. She's laying on her mattress.
What do you do?
I went over to her. I uncovered her mouth, uncovered her face with a pillow. She had told me that she had stabbed the kids. So of course I looked for blood. I looked for anything. Looked for any sign of life. There was nothing. I turned back to her and I said, "I thought you stabbed her." She says, "I thought I did. I didn't know." It bounced off of her.
Okay. So after you discover Zoe, what do you do?
I went to the bathroom and picked up a washcloth. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were open. She looked uncomfortable. It's my normal demeanor to help put my kids in rest. Don't ask me why I did it. I was trying to close her eyes.
Okay, so where's Megan when you're doing
Somewhere
this?
behind me. She was following me, talking to me. At one point, she was standing in the doorway, talking to me from the doorway to me because I was asking her, I said, I thought you stabbed the kids.
Okay, so you said you had charged your phone the night before. Did you have your phone?
I said I plugged it in and attempted to charge. Little did I know that the charger was not a direct charger. It had to have the engine on. The battery never charged. And I also found out that phone wasn't an active phone. That was a phone that we used for things. So no, it was not charged and it was not a technical phone.
Okay. Were there other phones in the house?
There were other possessions of phones in the house, but Megan hid them and would not tell me where she hid them.
So it's your testimony that you could not have called anybody.
That's correct. I didn't have a phone.
And it's daylight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is it during the week? Is it on the weekend?
It's on a day that the sun was up. I do not know the days. The only isolation of days I've been given is from a receipt that I saw up there.
Okay, so my question is it during the week or during the weekend? So your answer is what?
A day that sun was up. That's all I know.
Okay. And after you finish with Zoe, what do?
Megan was standing there trying to plead with me to talk. She kept bringing up the story of Thomas, the disbeliever, because she wanted me to believe what she was doing. Brushed her out of the way, and I went into Alec's room.
And who was in Alec's room?
Alec.
Where was Tyler?
Tyler was found downstairs.
And was Tyler in the library?
Yes.
So Alec, which bed was Alec's?
Alex was the one, when you walk into the room, you walk in from the door, you have a square bookcase headboard thing. His was the one on this wall. Tyler's was the one on that wall.
Okay. And what'd you find in Tyler's room?
In Alec's room?
In Alec and Tyler's room.
Yeah. Alec was on his back, pillow over his head, covers over him, and there was blood.
How much blood?
Enough that I noticed, I can't really tell you, because I pulled back the blankets. The shirt had some blood on it, and there was blood on the abdomen.
Was there blood on the blankets?
Didn't inspect it. My goal was to see if they were alive, and my goal was to see what the hell happened.
Okay.
My language.
So after you see Alec, do you go downstairs to Tyler?
No, I actually do the same thing with the washcloth. His eyes were open, and his mouth was gently slack, looked uncomfortable. Normal father thing is to relax their head and relax, and I was just providing them comfort.
Okay. So after you do this with Alec, where do you go?
Tyler.
Okay.
I confirmed with Megan that Tyler was downstairs. Once again, brushed her aside as she's trying to convince me to see things in her light. I told her to leave me the hell alone, and I went down the stairs.
Okay. Do you immediately go into the library?
I opened the door to go into the library, yes.
So the library door was closed?
That I found out when I went downstairs, yes.
So there's a couch in the library, right?
Yeah, among shelves and a carpet and some toys, yes.
I'm just talking about the couch. Is that couch a pull-out couch?
Yes, it is.
So when you go in there, is the couch pulled out?
He's sleeping on the bed of the pull-out couch, yes.
And what do you find with Tyler?
Tyler's on his back, hand out to the side, blankets over him, pillow over his face, and when I remove the blankets, there's blood there.
Okay. And do you do the same thing with the washcloth with Tyler?
Unfortunately, I didn't go to the bathroom to what's it called, refresh it. It was just on me.
Okay. And where's Megan?
She's, at that point, standing at the library door, pleading with me to talk.
At that point, did Megan have anything?
She has some kind of, we have metal glasses, cups. She's had that and she was drinking something.
When this is all happening and after you finish with Tyler, where do you go?
Megan at that point had gone up to the bedroom already, and I went up there and told her she needed to get help I don't care what happened. I don't care what she did. Get help. I will take responsibility. I will do whatever it needs. Please go to the hospital. Tell me where the phones are. Because I'd asked her for the phones were initially. And she goes, I'm not telling you.
Okay. And this conversation is happening where
In the master bedroom.
In the master bedroom, okay. And where is Megan at when you're having this conversation?
Fluid throughout the bedroom and the bathroom, going back and forth. At one point, I went into the bathroom because there was a Benadryl bottle on the floor. And I went into the bathroom and found a garbage bag in which I threw the Benadryl away as I'm looking for the phones.
Okay. And is Megan just kind of walking around? Is she following you? What is she doing?
At that point, she's standing at the side of the, when I left her to go throw the Benadryl bottle away and look for the phones, she was standing at the side of the bed,
On which side?
on her side.
On her side of the bed. So that would be the right side, right?
If you're looking from the foot of the bed, that is correct.
Okay. And does she still have this cup in her hand?
The cup is being up to herself, back down. When I left, the cup was still in her hand,
Okay. Where did you go?
into the bathroom.
So you're in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Are you at the vanity? Are you in the little stall where the toilet is? Are you in the closet? Where in the bathroom are you?
I'm bouncing around all place, in the closet, and around looking for the phones.
Okay, so you're looking for the phones. You're not using the bathroom.
At that point, no.
Okay. And Megan is within the master bedroom, master bathroom.
No, she's in the master bedroom.
She's in the master bedroom.
Mhm.
So when you're standing in your master bathroom, can you see in the bedroom?
I can see partial in the bedroom,
Okay, what part of the bedroom can you see if you're in the bathroom?
as shown on the photos, if I may reference that.
Yeah.
I could see the green chair and the, what are they called? My mom used to call it a hope chest, but we had a,
The chest at the foot of the bed?
yes.
Okay. So you can see that view from the bathroom. Is Megan within your view?
No, she's standing by her end table. When I left her, she's standing by the end table on her side of the bed.
Okay. And how long are you in the bathroom?
Don't know. A few minutes.
What happens when you come out of the bathroom?
As I'm walking out of the bathroom, I hear a sound that is similar to a balloon, you know, like your rubber balloon, like a, at which point I poke my head out, you know, as we're coming out, and I see her laying on her back, stabbing herself.
Where at? Is she in the bed? Is she on
She's
the
laying
floor?
on her back, on her side of the bed, with her head on the pillow, laying on her back, on top of sheets, with the knife in her abdomen.
What color was the knife?
The knife was the only knife that was there, was a green buck knife that I bought for the kids as a Christmas present as part of their fishing lures.
Okay, so she has a green knife.
That's correct.
Is she right-handed or left-handed?
Green handled knife.
Green-handled knife. Is she right-handed or left-handed?
She's right-handed.
And which hand was on the knife?
Both hands were on the knife.
Both hands were on the knife.
Yes.
And you said that the knife was in her abdomen
Yes.
when you came out of the bathroom.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I stood there in shock. And I said, what the hell are you doing? And at that point, she says, I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava.
I'm sorry.
She said, I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava.
Did you go for help?
I went over to my wife and pleaded for her to tell me where the phones were. She asked me not to leave her. She did not leave the boys.
So my question is, did you go for help, yes or no?
The answer is no.
After Megan dies, how long, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, we skipped over quite a bit there. I don't know if you want to go through everything or not.
What did you do after Megan died?
What did I do? I yelled out the window to see if anybody was around to help. There was some weird sound coming from her mouth. I thought she was breathing. I started CPR after I wiped her mouth off with that gray pillow.
Okay, so she stabs herself once or twice?
Like I said before, she stabbed herself a cumulative times of twice.
Okay. And these are right after each other?
That is no.
Okay, so what happens?
She stabbed herself the first time. I sat there pleading with her to allow me to find the phones, to allow me to leave her to go get help. My loyalty is to my wife. She did not want to be alone. I thought if I stood there, she said she was going through the inferior vena cava. I have medical experience to know that one of those major arteries will bleed out quickly. In the area of the house, we liked the house rental because there was no one around. Neighbors weren't there. Most of the neighbors around us were snowbirds. If I left her, I thought she was going to die. I thought in my decision-making, the best chance was for her to tell me where the phones were. At one point, I hate to say I annoyed her. I was trying to convince her, trying to talk in her language, saying, obviously the universe doesn't want you to go. She says, I want to be with my kids. I need to be with my kids. So I leave.
Objection, non-responsive. What do you do after Megan dies?
Like I said, I yell out the front window of our bedroom for anybody. Help, 202, please. I don't know where the phones are. I hear some kind of weird breathing, some kind of weird air exchange, something. No heartbeat. They never went over that in CPR class. But you know what? I was trying anything. So I started CPR, chest compressions. And when I didn't see her breathing, I would do mouth compressions. I didn't care about the blood. I didn't care about all that.
What do you do after this?
At what point are you referencing?
What do you do the rest of the day? It's the morning. What do you do the rest of the day?
I literally broke down there and cried. Don't ask me how long, because I have no idea how long. I was in a state of confusion. I was in a state of whatever. I couldn't help my wife pass. I felt a failure. I wasn't there the night my kids were died. I felt a failure. I decided that I wanted to be with my family, that I wanted to die, that I deserved to die. I condemned myself to death. I was ashamed.
What did you do?
I sat there and cried for a while. At some point that I realized now, after seeing the receipt up there, I decided I was going to go and get a gun. At some point, as the receipt said, on 12/18, I went and purchased that first pellet gun. After I inquired of purchasing a gun to find out that there's a 3-day rule in Florida. I've never purchased a gun before. I purchased that gun, which was a pellet gun, that I was planning to give my kids, my boys, a Christmas present with. I left and came back.
What kind of gun were you trying to buy?
Any gun they would sell me.
Did you try and buy a shotgun?
No, I tried to buy, I was trying to buy handguns. I inquired with them. I didn't inquire on a specific model. I said, I've never bought a gun before. How do I go about buying a gun?
Are you aware that the wait period doesn't apply to a shotgun?
Ma'am, I've never bought a gun before.
Okay. Well, you inquired about buying a gun, right?
I inquired about buying a gun.
So, this trip to Academy happened after everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
So on 12/18, the day of that receipt, everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
And was everybody in your family alive for the awards banquet on December 14th of 2019?
That was a Saturday, correct?
It was the day of the awards, the day that Alec and Tyler got awards.
Yes, they were both attendants. They played the recital.
Okay. So, how soon after their deaths did you go to Academy?
Well, if that was the 14th, I went the 18th, so that was 4 days later.
So how soon after they died did you go to Academy?
I don't know timeline. I know sun was up, and I went over. Could it have been the same day? Most likely.
Okay. So, did you go anywhere else besides Academy?
On that day?
Between December 18th that day and January 13th, where did you go?
I went to CVS for Benadryl,
How many times?
I think twice. I also went to Walgreens for Benadryl for that wall dry.
How many times?
Well, considering wall dry was disgusting, only once. That I remember.
Did you go anywhere else?
I picked up food, a galumki, one night at Publix.
Anywhere else?
Not that I recall.
Did you go to Sarasota?
No. There was no way I could drive to Sarasota.
Did you leave your phone at a Starbucks in Sarasota?
If I didn't go to Sarasota, I didn't leave my phone.
So you're denying that you went to Starbucks in Sarasota?
In Sarasota, that's correct.
And so you never went to the beach in Sarasota?
Nope. It was over 2 hours away. There was no way I could drive.
And you did see the interview that was played yesterday, right?
Correct. I did see the interview.
And you did speak with the detective more than one time, right?
That's what they tell me.
You're denying this knowledge?
Ma'am, I don't even remember talking to the interview that day.
So you don't remember talking to the detective on January 15th of 2020?
Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and saying, "You hold on to somebody in custody, deputy." Next thing I knew, I woke up in jail. I thought I was in purgatory with the red floor and the bright sky.
Okay, so, you discussed a lot of information, wouldn't you agree, in the January 15th, 2020 interview?
From what I saw, yes, and from what I read, yes.
And you adequately discussed Megan's health conditions that you were aware of, correct?
Correct, the ones that she suffered for the previous 8 years with, yes.
And you also spoke about various trips to Academy.
That's what I said, yes.
And you went to Academy at some point as well to purchase a longer knife?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that you also said in the interview, you spoke about the note that was left?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement that you printed it after Megan's death.
Correct.
And you testified here today that that wasn't true.
That's correct.
And that wasn't the first time you told that to law enforcement, was it?
Well, actually, let me correct the facts on that case, please, if you may. The initial note was the one I didn't print out. The note I found in my pocket after, which is the note Meg printed out, that I found in my pocket after I urinated myself in the garage after one hallucination and drank what I thought was coffee, but I'm pretty sure it was motor oil. I went into the house, stripping, and found the note in my pocket.
Which note?
The note Megan had left.
What was on that note?
On that note was essentially, I didn't read this note, but from what I recall, it said we did it to the family, which she referred to as family lineage. I had a different relationship, a different definition of family. And the other thing was where she wanted her ashes. At the bottom of that note, it said, "Tony, I love you forever. Please forgive me."
What did you do with it?
What did I do with that?
Yeah.
I took it out of my urine-soaked pants and retyped it because I wanted my residual family, or my leftover, the family that was alive, to keep the knowledge that we were a family unit, and I wanted my wife to know, I want my wife's wishes known where she wanted the ashes buried. She wanted to be buried with her father, where we released the ashes at Harkness.
Was Megan's note handwritten or typed?
It was typed.
And did you ultimately throw it away?
I ultimately put it in there was a fan box in the kitchen. After I typed it, and I typed a second one that was, when I retyped it, there was some errors in it, so I put the urine-soaked one and the one with errors in it in that fan box. After I fixed the door with my father-in-law who died in 2002.
So, was this the same day that you came home?
No.
That this note was, when did you find this note?
When did I find the note in my pocket?
Yes.
After I woke up after one of my suicide attempts of Benadryl that I ended up in the garage. I can't tell you. Sometime after Christmas.
Was this note in a pair of pants, in a shirt?
It was in my black shorts.
In your shorts?
Yeah, the one of two pair that only fit me.
So you only had 2 pairs of shorts that fit you?
I had 2 pair of black shorts and a pair of khaki shorts.
And how often did you wear these shorts?
When I went back to, sorry, I had a pair of Umbro shorts too. But those are the 2 dress shorts I had,
So how often did you wear them?
daily.
And you never discovered this note in your pocket before?
Ma'am, I can't tell you I changed. You saw the condition of my hair, you saw the condition of my face. I can't tell you what I did. I was on autopilot.
Okay. So you actually, the note that was left on the green chair is something that you actually authored?
I actually edited, that's correct.
Okay. And you printed it out
That's correct.
and you left it on the green chair?
Actually, I gave it to my mother who was sitting in the green chair for her to read.
Your mother was there?
Oh, my mother was there, my father-in-law that died in 2002, my aunt that died in 2013. Quite a few people were there.
Okay. So in your interviews, you describe in detail how you take the lives of each one of your children, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And you indicated in the video that you began with Zoe, correct?
That's correct.
And that you went in, this was after you and Megan had an agreement and you spoke about various websites and all of this research that you did, and you're sitting here today saying that that's not the case.
That is not the case. Megan told me the order she killed the kids.
Okay.
Megan did research, would send things over. Did I research? Yes, I researched for years on my wife's illness. Okay? Now, as you're aware of through your experience, people believe they're Hitler.
Did you conduct any research that you told detectives that you conducted?
On which subject, ma'am?
Did you go to Quora.com?
Yeah, that was a normal website I went to.
And did you Google different knife techniques?
Yes, because I had under my suspicion that the fact, well, I found the website on Megan's phone after I initially found that, after I found the phones, and I also looked up other ways to kill myself.
And my question now is, did you watch numerous videos about going to the afterlife?
I watched numerous videos with my wife about alien and her alien, what's it called? I don't want to call it an infatuation, but she believed in UFOs, aliens. Those are the videos. I've never seen a video about her afterlife. I've only...
So everything that you told the detectives, the multiple times that you spoke to them, is not true.
Number one?
Yes or no? What you told detectives about you conducting the research with Megan and watching all of these videos on the afterlife is not true, yes or no?
I did not watch videos on the afterlife.
And is it true that the multiple times that you spoke to detectives, that you told detectives that you went into Zoe's room, you gathered the courage, and you rolled over on top of your daughter until she suffocated? Isn't that what you told law enforcement?
Is this a yes or no question, or do you want the answer?
Yes or no question.
That is what the video, yes, showed me.
And your testimony here today is that Megan did it.
Megan killed Zoe.
And you told the detectives multiple times that after Zoe, you went to Alec's room. And Alec was your oldest son, correct?
That's correct.
And Alec was 13 years old and he was the strongest, right?
That is incorrect, ma'am.
Who was the strongest?
Tyler is downstairs.
Okay, so you go to Alec's room next because Alec's upstairs,
That's correct.
right? And you told law enforcement on multiple occasions that you went into Alec's room and you stabbed Alec and you suffocated Alec. Isn't that correct?
That's partially correct.
And isn't it true that you initially told law enforcement multiple times that Megan was in there during that killing.
That's what the video showed, yes.
And isn't it true that you also told law enforcement that Megan took part in the killing?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And that in fact, Megan held Alec's legs down while you suffocated Alec?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And your testimony today is that that is not true?
My testimony today is the fact that Megan killed her kids and killed herself.
Okay. So next, you told law enforcement that you went to Tyler's room.
No.
Well,
I
actually
went to the
not
library.
Tyler's room. You went to the library,
That's correct.
right? And that you had to be fast when you killed Tyler, correct?
Most definitely, he was the fastest and strongest kid.
So he's the fastest and strongest kid, and you told law enforcement that you were afraid he was gonna get away, right?
That's what Meg told me, yes.
That's not my question. You told law enforcement
Oh, yeah, on
multiple
the video.
times that Tyler was fast and he was.
You saw the video, and you saw the video also of saying I said things that have been proven incorrect.
That's not responsive to my question.
Actually, it is, but
Yes
go ahead.
or no?
You didn't say yes or no, ma'am. I
Yes
apologize.
or no?
Thank you.
Did you tell law enforcement that you had to kill Tyler quickly because he was the fastest?
That's what I told you, law enforcement. That is correct.
And you also told law enforcement, yes or no, that Megan had to stand on the other side of the door just in case.
That's what the video showed.
And after you were done with Tyler, you and Megan go upstairs, or you meet Megan in the master bedroom, and you console yourselves, right? Yes or no?
That's what the video showed.
And you actually told this to law enforcement multiple times. It's not just what the video told, correct?
Ma'am, video, that's what I said. I don't remember anything after I left the house till I got to jail. So I'm refuting, I'm going on your premise that that video is correct.
Okay. Well, that is you in the video, right?
It's a sickly version of me, yes. It's an
And-
emotionally disturbed video of me, yes.
And that's you talking, right?
That is me talking, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank God I
So-
didn't tell you I assassinated
There's no
Kennedy.
question. So after that, you tell law enforcement, yes or no, that you and Megan get Breezy, the dog, to come up onto the bed, correct?
That's what the video showed.
And that at that point in time, you suffocated Breezy and took Breezy's life.
That's what the video showed. The truth of the matter is, the only thing I saw
There's
was
no question.
you didn't answer yes or no, so I said no.
So, yes or no, it was after this that you told law enforcement that Megan decided that she had to go next and she stabbed herself, right?
I don't know the rules to this question, ma'am. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. Yes or no, the next thing that you told law enforcement happened was that Megan needed to kill herself and she stabbed herself, right?
By what the video showed? Yes.
And you were present or at home when Megan stabbed herself 2 times.
Correct.
And that you actually testified in the video and you told law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed out more quickly by doing these different physical therapy techniques.
I didn't see that in the video, ma'am.
So you didn't tell law enforcement that?
Ma'am, you're asking me on the video what I
I said,
told.
did you tell law enforcement?
Which point?
At any point, did you tell law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed quickly so that she would die by doing your physical therapy techniques?
Can I tell you what I told the law enforcement by the transcripts that have been provided for me?
What'd you tell law enforcement?
I told them I provided myofascial release to help facilitate blood flow. It's a technique that you do not do. It's a technique that I did over her liver to help her with digestive issues. You do not do myofascial release to help blood flow. It doesn't help blood flow.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told law enforcement that at some point you took a pillow and put it over Megan's head until she suffocated?
That's what the video showed, yes.
Tyler's birthday?
12/30/2008.
And he would have been 11.
Yes.
And based upon your testimony and the statements that you made to law enforcement, he was dead before his birthday, right?
Before Christmas, that's correct.
And did Tyler get like birthday cards or anything from family?
Sure.
You
They're
don't-
very good at that.
You don't remember?
There's a lot I don't remember, ma'am.
Do you remember cashing a check that was for Tyler's birthday? And I have no further question.
Thank you. Be direct.
Mr. Todt, who killed your family?
My wife killed her kids.
You were not involved. Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Tote, you may step down and join your attorneys at council table.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess. As always, please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Please discontinue watching or reading any media reports or any information that you may receive outside of the courtroom. We will resume at 1:30 with the case. 1:30 this afternoon. Have a pleasant lunch. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Parties may be seated. All right, anything we need to talk about before taking our lunch recess? Defense?
No, sir.
State?
I have, did you get the exhibits one?
No.
I just need to look at that.
All right, I'll ask that the defense counsel remain behind. Please pre-mark what exhibits you anticipate and let's allow the state an opportunity to take a look at that. We're going to be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Your Honor, court is recessed to 1:30.
So,
one's here, this mic here, and then the other one is, which has no audio coming in right now. And then 3 and 4 are off.
It's just you? That's here?
Yeah, hand pull for everybody that's downstairs.
Yeah, well, listen, man.
That'll be on because it'll automatically, on auto, it'll modulate it, so it's not modulated for the guys downstairs.
Right. Well, I'd imagine if you had both the alarm or both meeting, that audio would probably slightly change sort of.
Yeah, and it's also split too, so like they should be able to hear it on 2 separate channels. So it's not, because I know the SDI carries both video and audio, but this one's only carrying audio.
Right, but it didn't sound like 2 audio sources.
Well, yeah, it's mixed now.
It sounded like your channel 2. It sounded like channel 2.
So like the ambient,
Yeah, because after he was walking off, I could still hear the conversations. And then I hear you. If we could just have you just tap.
Now, what they got to do with this one, I'm sorry, he'll be right with you. Thank you. Was very, he was very low. Because when she was speaking, you could hear her right.
It's usually when they're not like directing themselves.
No, she was like right over. That's what I'm saying. She was right over. I can hear her. Like I heard more of this one than from before. So this, yeah, that mic was picking her up more. Because it's again, I have it on auto, so it'll automatically boost the signal so it can pick up whatever the audio is. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like a individual way to adjust mics.
Because I had looked at all the zones before everything started here. There should be no differences. Here is actually a spectator on the speakers.
These hanging mics. Yeah, because like when he went out, when they conferred, he put it on mute and it was like static. Right. Yeah. Cool, thank you, appreciate it.
right, we are on the record. Defense, anything we need to discuss before returning the jury?
Your Honor.
State? All right, thank you. Let's return the jury, please.
For the record, we do want to note that we rest at this point.
All right, thanks. I'm going to ask, and I'll ask that you do that in the presence of the jury upon their return.
Did you read?
All rise for the jury.
Parties may be seated. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Defense?
Defense for arrest, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, both the state of Florida and defense have rested their presentation of evidence. This portion of the trial necessitates a short break. Please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Thank you.
All rise for the jury, please.
Parties may be seated. Thank you. All right, Mr. Tote, you were sworn in this morning. The defense has rested its presentation of evidence. Did you provide your attorneys with any additional witnesses that you wish to call that they are refusing to call?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. And did you provide them with any evidence that they are refusing to present to the jury? Thank you. All right. Both the state and defense have presented their cases and rested. Are there motions at this time?
Yes, Judge. At this time, defense will renew the judgment of acquittal based off the fact that Mr. Todt has now testified. In addition to the previous arguments, the state hasn't overcome any reasonable hypothesis or every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in terms of the case.
All right. Thank you. State's response.
Your Honor, the state is going to burden this case.
Thank you. Court finds that based on the evidence presented in the trial, the state has established to the level of a reasonable finder of fact the elements of each allegation against Mr. Todt when viewed in the light most favorable to the state and allowing a finder of fact to make all reasonable inferences. The court finds that the evidence elicited is sufficient to allow a reasonable trier of fact to infer guilt as to the allegations in the indictment to the level sufficient to sustain a conviction by reaching a conclusion to the exclusion of all other reasonable conclusions. The judgment of acquittal is denied. as to all counts. Let's talk scheduling. We have a bit more work to do regarding jury instructions. I think I'd like to cut the jury loose for the rest of the afternoon, discuss potential jury instructions, put a draft copy of those instructions together for your consideration, talk about potential Category 1 and Category 2 lesser included offenses, and hammer out the jury instructions for the rest of the afternoon, return the jury tomorrow. I'm going to say at 10 o'clock to get some copies made, any last-minute revisions, and then charge the jury and go into closing arguments. Any objection to that plan? Defense? State? Thank you. All right, I'm going to return the jury and indicate that they will be recessing for the day and that they will be returning tomorrow at 10 a.m. I am assuming that there's no rebuttal case. Is that correct, State? Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury is going to adjourn for the day. As always, the instructions are this. Please do not conduct any independent research about this case. Please do not speak with anyone about this case. If you inadvertently come into contact with any media reports or any other information outside of this courtroom, please discontinue watching or reading that information. I will so inquire when you return tomorrow at 10 a.m. So a little bit of a different start time tomorrow, 10 a.m. The trial will continue. Get some rest. We'll see you back tomorrow at 10. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Parties may be seated. Thank you. It's the court's intention this afternoon to put a draft set of jury instructions together. The first page will be the style of the case, our circuit, and a discussion about the statement of charges. The charges will be stated as alleged in the information. And referenced as first-degree murder, comma, first-degree murder, comma, first-degree murder, comma, first-degree murder, comma, and cruelty to animals. Second page will be .1 Introduction to Final Instructions. sorry, 3.2 will be the statement of charges previously announced. Next step is a consideration about lesser included offenses. A required Category 1 lesser included offenses of first-degree murder or second-degree depraved mind murder and manslaughter. So either side requesting those inclusions. All right. Absent an explicit waiver by both sides, the mandatory Category 1 lesser included offenses will be given. There are several permissive Category 2 lesser included offenses. Mr. Wesley, Ms. Smith, Mr. Romero-Sanchez, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Tote about requesting Category 2 lesser included offenses?
We've not had the discussion yet.
Okay. Would you like to have that discussion prior
Yes,
to making
please.
a representation to the court? All right. Thanks. We will be off the record. Do you wish to have that discussion in a private setting, Mr. Wesley? Or do you want to do
I think it'll take 5 minutes and we can do it here.
Right, we are back on the record. Mr. Wesley, Ms. Smith, Ms. Romero-Sanchez, have you had an opportunity to discuss the issue of permissive Category 2 lesser included offenses with Mr. Tote?
Your Honor, we discussed with Mr. Tote, and it was not well formed, so we request all lessers, first, second, manslaughter, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, simple battery.
All right. Some of the permissive Category 2 lesser included offenses are aggravated manslaughter of an officer, firefighter, EMT, paramedic. There are some very specific factual determinations that need to be supported by the record before the court will consider permissive second degree, or Category 2, lesser included offenses.
The case law is very clear, Judge, that you can't give a non-homicide lesser included in a homicide case when the evidence supports that the victims are dead and in this situation. So you can't give a non-homicide lesser included offense when the victims are unquestionably dead.
All right, so that would apply to...
When Mr. Wesley said he wanted aggravated assault, aggravated battery, you can't legally get those because there's no question that victims are dead. In fact, they stipulated to that element.
All right. Aggravated battery, felony battery, aggravated assault, battery. How about assault? Those appear to be non-homicide related Category 2 lesser included. Permissive lesser included offenses. How about culpable negligence?
In order to get a Category 2 lesser, it has to be charged and there has to be evidence to support it. They weren't charged, and what the defense would have to assert why they believe they should get culpable negligence. They have to provide the evidence for why it would apply. That's why it's a Category 2 lesser.
Understood. The request is at this time, all homicide-related Category 2 lesser included offenses be included. We're going to start with aggravated manslaughter child. That is 782.07, subsection 3. Subsection 3 indicates that a person who causes the death of any person under the age of 18 by culpable negligence under 827.03 subsection 2 subsection B commits aggravated manslaughter of a child, a felony of the first degree punishable by 775.083 and 084. I'll ask the defense, is there record evidence to support culpable negligence as defined in 827.03 subsection 2 subsection B?
We don't think the negligence is proven. Your Honor, it may be buck passing, but I need my client to know that we've argued for him for every lesser that we think might apply, and that's what we're doing here. So.
Understood. And the record is preserved as to the request. There is in order for the court to properly instruct the jury as to aggravated manslaughter child, there has to be record evidence to support the permissive request. I'm not hearing any evidence elicited or highlighted by the defense that supports the allegation as defined in 782.07 subsection 3. Absent any additional argument, that will not be included as a Category 2 permissive lesser included offense. As to second degree felony murder, 782.04 subsection 3. Any additional argument from defense?
No, Your Honor.
That unquestionably does not legally fit this situation. can obviously explain what second-degree felony murder is with that question.
Thank you. The record evidence is insufficient to support a giving of the permissive category 2 lesser included offense of second-degree felony murder as defined in 782.04 subsection 3. That will not be given. Attempted felony murder, was there any evidence of an uncompleted act that would support an attempt? Either side.
Obviously, none of these stage judges, they stipulated everybody's dead.
Hearing none. Attempted felony murder and attempted premeditated murder are, well, attempted felony murder is certainly not applicable. And there was no evidence that there was an act that was either interrupted or incomplete. So the attempted premeditated murder, permissive category 2 lesser included offense is going to be omitted. Aggravated manslaughter of an elderly person or disabled adult, 782.07 subsection 2. There's been no record evidence to support a person identified as an elderly person or any record evidence to support disabled adult. That will not be given as a category 2 permissive lesser included offense. Aggravated manslaughter of an officer, firefighter, EMT, or paramedic. There's no record evidence to support the manslaughter of any officer, firefighter, EMT, or paramedic as defined in 782.07 subsection 4. That will not be given as a permissive category 2 lesser included offense. Attempted second degree murder, 782.04 subsection 2 and 777.04. There's no record evidence of attempt in this case. The permissive category 2 lesser included offense will not be given. Attempted felony murder, 782.051 subsection 2. There's no record evidence of an attempted felony murder. That will not be given as a permissive category 2 lesser included offense. Third degree felony murder, 782.04 subsection 4. Is that the same argument, State?
It's not.
Court finds no record evidence to support the permissive category 2 lesser included offense of third degree felony murder, 782.04 subsection 4. Vehicular homicide is defined in 782.071. There was no evidence whatsoever to indicate use of a vehicle as defined in 782.071. That will not be given as a permissive category 2 lesser included offense. Attempted felony murder, 782.051 subsection 3. Will not be given as there is no evidence of an uncompleted act or an interrupted act. That will not be given based on the lack of evidence. Aggravated battery, it's the state's position that 784.045 cannot be, as a non-homicide related lesser included offense cannot be given.
That's the state's position, Judge, yes. Based on the evidence that was presented in this case, that's the state's position.
Is there some case law that supports that? Or is it an argument that...
Are you asking me for case law? I can find it for you, Judge, but there's case law that talks about you don't get the, when everybody's dead, you don't get a non-homicide lesser included offense if there's no question that the victims are dead. Now, there are times where you can get it in a situation, which is like a hypothetical, if both of us shoot at the same time, and they can't say which person actually, whose bullet actually caused that person's death, but both bullets hit the victim. There's an argument to be made that one person could be convicted of aggravated, and the victim dies, obviously, there's one person could be convicted of aggravated battery, and one person could be convicted of homicide based on how the jury finds it. But in this situation, I don't believe that applies in this situation.
Is there not? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, because their defense is that Megan did this completely by herself, and our position is obviously that the defendant did it by himself.
Right.
Although we're asking for the principal theory because he says that they came up with a suicide pact together. So, but there's no question that the victims are dead and that the cause of death, the death was caused by, obviously our position is the defendant and their position is Megan. So there's no factual scenario where the jury could conclude that that the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery. Because nobody's arguing that the defendant did something to these, did something to all these people, and then somebody came along and finished it. Because their defense is that Megan did it, and our position is that the defendant did it.
Understood. There was some record evidence elicited that at least for some of the victims, there was an act in concert between Mr. Tote and his wife. That was elicited by the state's evidence. I think the case law supports a consideration of the state's evidence supporting at least a defense, and I would presume a lesser included offense if the evidence supports that. As to that issue?
The position is that with respect to Zoe, that she wasn't there, that she was standing outside.
Right.
With respect to the two boys, that she may have, and with respect to Tyler, who's downstairs, she was outside. So the only one that, and the state's position is that doesn't apply, but the only one where the evidence supports that she was participating in any way was when the evidence is that she was holding Alec's legs. But that's not any sort of act that would have or could have caused his death.
Understood.
And then, of course, with respect to Megan Todt, maybe there's more of an argument because the evidence is that she stabbed herself the first couple of times. But so maybe there's an argument there that we can talk about. But I think certainly with respect to the kids, it's not applicable.
Understood. All right. I'd be interested in taking a look at the case law if you can locate that and send that to defense and myself via email. I'll take a look at that tonight. I'm going to reserve as to the aggravated battery, felony battery, aggravated assault, and battery and assault solely as to the allegations that refer to Alec and Megan Todt. And we'll have an additional discussion in the morning. I'll have some jury instructions that may include those in the draft to be discussed. As far as the rest of the counts and the permissive category 2 lesser included offenses, I find the record evidence insufficient with regards to Zoe, Tyler, Zoe and Tyler. Category 1, lesser included offense of second-degree depraved mind. Murder is a category, is a mandatory category 1. It will be included. All right, going through the counts charged by indictment. First is alleges the first-degree murder of Zoe Elizabeth Todt. The jury instruction, I think it's introduction to homicide will be given. So the record's clear. Let's see what that is. That's 7.1. Immediately after 7.1 is given referencing all 4 alleged victims. The counts will be broken out. That will be 7.2, murder in the first degree. There are some optional language sections of 7.2. jury instructions indicate that an issue regarding heat of passion based on adequate provocation is to be given only if there's evidence that a defendant acted in the heat of passion on legally adequate provocation. I'll ask the parties if there's any record evidence to support that portion of the jury instruction.
The state's position is that there's not.
Defense, anything in the record evidence that supports a heat of...
That doesn't apply.
All right, thank you. So 7.2 will be given up to the paragraph immediately before the italicized language in the standard jury instruction. That includes subsections A through E, as well as the final paragraph relating to the heat of passion. Any requested additional changes to the 7.2 first-degree murder standard jury instruction, with the exception that each will be tailored to each of the specific counts as charged in the indictment? Defense?
Power of instruction is fine.
State? Yeah. Thank you. All right, after the 7.2 instructions are given, the court will then give the, when there are lesser included crimes or attempts, second-degree murder, depraved mind will be given as to each alleged victim. Manslaughter will be given as to each victim. Court will reserve as to the permissive Category 2 lesser included offenses of the aggravated battery, felony battery, aggravated assault, battery, and assault with regards to the two victims, Alec and Megan. After that is 3.5 subsection A. The state had mentioned they are requesting a principal instruction. Can you walk me through that, Ms. Hicks?
Yes, Judge. So there was testimony about these two were acting in concert, that Megan and the defendant had decided together that their children would die, and particularly with respect to Megan's death, how they were both involved in she stabbing herself, him suffocating her. The principal instruction is appropriate. You cannot have, we were doing some research this morning on the idea of assisted suicide as it relates to Megan. The case law is clear, we provide that if it's necessary, that you can't get an assisted suicide if the defendant is the one that actually killed her. So it would be principal theory as opposed to an assisted suicide. So the principal theory is appropriate if the jury were to believe that these two people were acting together to cause the death of the children and Megan.
I can't remember the exact verbiage. Did some act to entice, encourage, advise another person to commit a criminal act? Is
I'm sorry?
The principal instruction? All right. What is the defense's position?
I would rather over-include than under-include, and so I'd want to do the in-concert theory that they were acting together.
All right, thank you. Principal theory will be included as it is supported by the record evidence and requested. .7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof is standard stuff. Weighing the evidence is standard stuff. Defendant testifying language will be included in weighing the evidence.
Oh, sorry, Judge, did you do count 5 at the end?
I did not. My apology. Does anybody have the jury instruction for animal cruelty?
29.13A.
Thank you. That will be given at the immediately after the statement of charge and prior to the lesser included offenses. Let's take a look and see what Is the state or defense aware of Category 1 required?
It's a misdemeanor, so there's no lesser.
All right, thank you. That number one more time, state. 29.13.
29.13.
Thank you. All right. The standard jury instruction for animal cruelty has 3 elements. There's italicized language indicating give A, B, or C as applicable. Unnecessarily overloaded, overdrove, tormented, mutilated, or killed an animal. Deprived an animal of a necessary sustenance or shelter. Carried on an animal in or upon a vehicle or otherwise in a cruel or inhumane manner. Which of the...
A.
Are you requesting each of the overloaded, overdrove, tormented, mutilated, and killed?
We would be fine with mutilated or killed.
Right.
I think we charge all of them, but we limit it at this point. So I think mutilated or killed is fine.
All right, thank you. Defense requesting any of the other alternate language?
Was not supported by Dr. Stern's testimony.
Understood. So the argument is that animal cruelty should not be given as to the jury for their consideration?
The fact that with the description of factors, though, that he couldn't tell what happened to the dog, and the only wound that was identified by the state was speculated as a natural process of dying.
All right, the court is going to find that the record evidence that has been elicited supports the giving of subsection A, killed an animal. Mr. Todt's statement to law enforcement initially indicates that he put his hand over the dog's muzzle and held it there until the dog was deceased. The credibility of that statement is to be evaluated by the finder of fact. So that will be given subsection A, killed an animal. Right. Back to the standard parts of the jury instructions. We have discussed plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. Weighing the evidence, 3.9 is standard stuff. Defendant statements 3.9 subsection B seems appropriate to the court in this circumstance. Is that being requested by either side?
No.
All right. Based on the agreement of both parties, 3.9B will not be given for the jury's consideration. Rules for deliberation is standard stuff. Cautionary instruction is standard stuff. That's 3.10, 3.11, 3.12 is a discussion of the verdict. I'll ask the state to prepare some verdict forms with potential Category 1, well, certainly with Category 1, lesser included offenses.
I'm sorry, can you go back for a second?
Sure.
You said 3.9B as in void, the defendant's statements?
Correct.
The defense is not asking for that?
They are not.
Oh, well, then we'll do it for them. I'm sorry.
All right. The defendant's statements includes a discussion as to whether they believe that if the defendant's statements were not given freely and voluntarily, they should disregard the statements. I think the record evidence supports it, and upon request, 3.9B will be given.
Your Honor, I do request it, and that's what we discussed in the pretrial hearing about the circumstances of the first interview on the 13th.
Yes, sir.
I would request it.
You are requesting it. All right, thanks. It'll be given. I'm going to put a draft copy of the instructions together for both parties, and that's why we're meeting early, so we can make any revisions tomorrow if, upon some reflection, there are some additional corrections or deletions. Multiple counts or informations. That language will be given. Back to the verdict form, I'm going to ask the state to put together a couple of alternate verdict forms regarding Alec and Megan Todt regarding the court reserving on the Category 2 permissive lesser included offenses. Just have those ready to go if the court makes a decision that those are going to be included, and I'll give you some time to make some amendments. Submitting case to jury, 3.13 is the final jury instruction. Any additional requested jury instructions from the defense at this time?
No, Your Honor, not now.
Any additional requested jury instructions from the state at this time?
Don't believe so, Judge. I was just looking to see if there were, I know you gave during the trial, when you gave the stipulation instruction and the transcript instruction. I just wanted to make sure there was nothing at the end of the trial instruction that would be given, but I don't see anything, so I don't believe so.
Yeah, the Supreme Court qualifies those as during trial instructions.
I was just making sure that sometimes there's one during and one after. So
Understood.
checking.
Okay, I am going to spend the rest of the afternoon putting a draft set of jury instructions together. I will email all parties. You will receive a draft copy of jury instructions for discussion tomorrow at 9 a.m. I will print out a hard copy for Mr. Tote and bring that to court.
I have a request on that matter. While I've been here, the tech people changed my password. I haven't seen a single email sent to me, and it's been wonderful, don't get me wrong. But could your assistant send it to aschmidt@circuit9.org, or shall we contact?
Ms. Smith? Yeah, we'll definitely, Ms. Smith will definitely get a copy of the
Not this, it's Schmidt.
Schmidt.
Wait,
Apologies.
SCHMITT.
Before
they
we
do this on purpose to confuse me.
Before we adjourn, I'm going to ask that you share whatever email you'd like me to send that to with Madam Clerk, and then I'll get it to where it needs to go.
Thank you.
I have the case law for you, Judge. I'm providing to the court Humphrey v. State, which is 690 Southern 2nd, 1351, from the 3rd DCA 1997, and Walker v. State, which is 671 Southern 2nd, 817, from the 4th DCA 1996. These are just a couple that we found quickly again to.
Great. I'll review them this evening and make some preliminary determinations, certainly subject to any additional argument from defense. Ms. Romero-Sanchez?
Judge, in regards to the case law that the state provided, would we be able to send the case law to you tonight?
Sure.
Thank you.
Can I put a cutoff date or a cutoff time of, say, 5 p.m. so I have any?
I'll be sending you in a few minutes.
All right.
Let's get it all together.
Thanks. Send it to the state as well. All right. Absent the court putting together some proposed draft jury instructions for discussion tomorrow at 9 a.m. and the state putting together proposed verdict forms, which I'll ask that you share with the defense. Any additional considerations that we need to talk about before adjourning for the day? Defense? State? State, if evidence is to go back to the jury for their consideration, I will ask that you make arrangements to have some kind of equipment that can play any electronic information. I'll ask that you share that equipment with the defense to verify that it is not internet capable, and then I'll entertain a stipulation or an objection that can go back so the jury can play any electronic media.
Would it be your intention that even the interview of the defendant go back, or would they have to come back to the courtroom and take that?
It would be my intention to send an internet-disabled laptop back so the jury can review portions of the evidence that are now in evidence. Okay. I will entertain objections to that process, but that's the court's intention, absent any additional argument. I'll just ask that if that is to be the route that is taken, that you bring that laptop, show the defense that it can't access the internet. It's my intention to read up to cautionary instruction of the jury instructions once they are formulated and approved by all parties. After that, both parties will have an opportunity to give closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I'll go back to the jury instructions, finish out the jury instructions, and send the jury back for its consideration.
And we start at 9?
Yes, sir. We'll be back at 9 to hammer out any remaining issues regarding the jury instructions, and I'll have both hard copies, and you guys will have some electronic copies today.
I'll provide this to Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Right, absent any additional issues, we're going to be in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.